City Council meeting for November 7th, 2023. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, not yet present. Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Councilmember Jordan, not present. And Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, very good. And we have a ceremonial item.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. This is the time of, I'll give the clerk time to read it.
Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. This is the time of the month when we like to recognize the 5-year service anniversaries of our employees. And I will read their names and their positions. With 5 years of service, we have Michael Ranson, Risk Analyst 2 in our Finance Department. Liliana Encinas, Fire Public Education Coordinator in the Fire Department. Luke Ortega, Cross Connection Specialist in the Public Works Department. Nicholas Krantz, Water Distribution Operator Technician, OIT, Public Works Department. Logan Perkel, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3 in the Public Works Department. With 10 years of service, we have Gabrielle Cook, Administrative Analyst 3 in the Public Works Department. Nicholas Galati, Water and Wastewater Maintenance Planner Scheduler in the Public Works Department. With 15 years of service, we have Michael Pease, Public Works Business Manager in the Public Works Department. Evan Ellison, Airport Patrol Officer 2 at the Airport Department. With 25 years of service, we have Melissa Velasco, Public Safety Dispatcher 3 in our Police Department. And Florencio Flo Herrera, Streets Maintenance Worker 2 in our Public Works Department. And Mr. Herrera is here today. But before we go on to that, we also have, with 35 years of experience, Jose Guerrero, Senior Custodian in the Public Works Department. But with that, Mayor, I would like to turn it over to you for Mr. Herrera.
Come on up. Mr. Herrera, Florencio Herrera, Streets Maintenance Worker 2, 25 years of service in November 2023. Florencio Flo Herrera began his career with the City of Santa Barbara in December 1998 as a Maintenance Worker 2 in the Streets and Operations Infrastructure Management Division after working 6 months as an hourly Maintenance Worker 1. Flo has spent most of his career in the paint and sign group in the same division. At the start of his time with the city, he fabricated many of the Santa Barbara street signs. He has maintained thousands of street signs, crosswalks, curbs, and other pavement markings. Most recently, Flo has led the city's graffiti abatement efforts. He possesses great knowledge of the equipment needed for painting and cleaning in this important effort, and single-handedly removes most of the graffiti in Santa Barbara. The railroad corridor is a frequent hotspot for graffiti and almost feels like a second home to him. Before most people get out of bed, Flo is out in the field working hard to keep Santa Barbara beautiful. Flo enjoys spending time with his friends and family. Outside of work, he is known for his skill in the kitchen and barbecue, including his bomb clam chowder. Flo, on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Santa Barbara, and your fellow employees, it is a great pleasure to honor you for your exemplary career and outstanding service to the community.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. Just as I started my career here back in the day, I've wanted to give back to the city that gave me so much as I was born and raised in this beautiful city. You guys got me, you got me dry. I just really appreciate the opportunity I've had to give back to my community, and that's really all I've ever wanted to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. With that, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Rouse, we're pulling item 26. We will hear that at a future meeting.
All right, very good. We'll move to the consent calendar. You have some items to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 2, restructure of Santa Barbara Community Housing Corporation's loan on property located at 821 Bath Street, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a restated loan agreement with Santa Barbara Community Housing Corporation, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, secured by a restated deed of trust and new 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property located at 821 Bath Street, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney as necessary. Item 3, establish a joint powers authority to issue future debt, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the execution and delivery of a joint exercise of powers agreement by and between the city and California Statewide Communities Development Authority and other matters related thereto. Item 4, ordinance authorizing and regulating parklets for outdoor dining in the public right-of-way, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of chapter 9.180 relating to parklets in the public right-of-way. Item 5, communication facilities license agreement with Cox Business and SBA RSC participants, DBA AV Air Pros Services, ordinance introduction. The council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a communication facilities license agreement with Cox Business and SBA RSC participants, DBA AV Air Pro Services, located at 25 David Love Place, commencing upon effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 6, statement of investment policy and delegation of investment authority for calendar years 2023 and 2024, resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the investment policy, the investment policy for the city and rescinding resolution number 22131. Item 7, conservation easement with Santa Barbara County for the Barger Canyon Open Space, APN 055-02034, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute a conservation easement and all necessary related documents with the Santa Barbara County for Barger Canyon Open Space, APN 055-02034. Item 8, California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways, grant for disposal of surrendered or abandoned recreational vehicles, resolution agreement. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate funds for the California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways, grant for disposal of surrendered or abandoned recreational vehicles. Item 9, agreement with LCT Software LLC, DIG plan for Acela electronic plan review software to enhance the plan review process and improve customer service, resolution agreement. Recommendation that council C adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to approve an increase in the fiscal year 2024 expenditure appropriations in the capital outlay fund in the amount of $38,277 funded by community development and public works technology fee reserves to fund a portion of the fiscal year 2024 DIG plan licensing, maintenance, and support costs. Item 10, environmental services for the water resources operations and maintenance building project, resolution agreement. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate funds for environmental services for the water resources operations and maintenance building project. And item 11, amendment to professional services agreement for community outreach services, resolution agreement. Recommendation the council B adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 23076, adopting the budget for city administrator's office fiscal year 2024 to appropriate available general fund reserves into city administrator's office budget for community outreach services. And that's all.
All right, very good. I do already have a request to pull item 4. Are there other items for council that they'd like to pull? And I have no speaker slips for the consent calendar. So with that, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar absent item 4.
So move.
Okay, balance of consent calendar moved by Freeman, seconded by Alejandro Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar except for item 4. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez. Go ahead and vote, please.
Item passes unanimously with Michael Jordan absent. All right, with that, we'll take a report from the Ordinance Committee. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We voted unanimously to push the item forward to full council. And yeah, I believe that's it.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll move to public comment. A quick announcement that we are, for the time being, suspending remote public participation, and we are doing in-house only. And with that, we'll go with our first speaker, Clint Orr.
Hey, good to see you, Mayor Rouse and council members. As you've been informed, I am running for President of the United States as an independent from Santa Barbara, California, so you better get used to it, because I am. And I want to say about the graffiti, I was down there today with brown paint. It's called Brown Horse Paint, and I was painting the entrance and the exit to the Butterfly Beach Tunnel. I was there this morning and yesterday and the day before painting over the graffiti. So I do the same thing that guy just did. So anyway, let me get to some issues that I'm starting nonprofit centers. I don't know if you guys have figured that one out or I've told you, but I'm starting the Coast Village Nonprofit Center, and I'm starting the San Ynez Valley Nonprofit Center. So I'm headed over to the Santa Barbara Foundation after I, bore you guys. So my issues, my nonprofit issues, air. We don't have air in this county. We run around acting like we don't have any water when we sell water. We have more water than almost any county in the United States. So we got a reclamation plant, we got a desal plant, and then we use leaf blowers down the sidewalks and down the middle of the blacktop. And that's against the Constitution. I have a right to walk the sidewalk, but I don't get to. This disturbs me. That's anarchy, okay? I can't walk my own sidewalk. Why? Because there's a guy with a gun walking back at me? Dozens of them. Go try to walk Coast Village in the morning. Good luck. Yeah, go have a souffle outside. You can't do it. Starbucks, they got a leaf blower going through the blacktop and right into the restaurant. And it doesn't clean anything. Look at the ground. I don't know if any of you guys walk the streets. I know you cut ribbons and stuff, but if you walk the streets, they're disgusting. Go walk down Carrillo and then turn on Chapala and come back on. It's disgusting. I mean, it's really third world. I mean, we're the American Riviera, and our air is just disgusting. It's horrible. We got to stop the leaf blowers within 100 feet of a sidewalk. They must go. It's not the new normal. It's not good technology. Send them all back to wherever they came from, and let's use brooms and water. Get a mop and a broom and keep it down. So anyway, I'm going to buy street sweepers and some sidewalk sweepers, and I'll be working on that as one of my nonprofits. Anyway, thanks, folks. Vote for me. Vote for Orr in 24.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was the extent of our public comment, speakers. So we'll move to the poll consent items, which was item 4, which you've already read. Ms. Sneddon, I believe you requested to poll the item.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have some questions first, and then do we have public comment on this item?
We do not have any speaker slips that have been filled out.
Okay, I believe there were a number of people who had planned to comment who probably assumed they could call in. I don't know. So questions. My main questions about these were about the design review portion and the K-rails. And I know I've sent sort of alternate scenarios for K-rails or not, but for me, just being straightforward, if there's a chance that any of these will be K-rails, then I will vote no. So I'm just looking at section 9.180.140, subsection B. and that the type and location of the traffic safety barrier is not subject to design approval, but is there any safe alternative other than K-rails that we've identified?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, you've been hearing from staff reference to K-rail throughout this process. What's important to us is that there be a traffic safety barrier that's been rated, been tested, it's been vetted by Caltrans. It would be our preference through Caltrans. And there's a lot of different products that are out there, but for us, it's essential that it had been vetted through that Caltrans process, which is thorough. They do crash testing. So there, a lot of the other products that are out there are more aesthetic, and they may have similar characteristics to something like a K-rail, but without having been through that process, we really can't put our stamp behind that. The barriers are intended to do two things. One is to protect the person or people inside the vehicle, but also to protect people on the other side of the barrier. And there are only a few products that are out there that we are aware of that have been approved by Caltrans. The K-rail's the standard. There are other products out there, but they're all going to have a similar size and shape to them as K-rail.
And can they be modified to have look like a stucco wall or have some sort of covering on the outside of them, or does that affect the safety of them?
It would affect the safety of them, and if whatever modifications hadn't been through that same rigorous testing process, we would be unable to approve that.
Understood.
Aside from something like paint, obviously, would not create.
And then we determined also, I'm just trying to cover every base I can think of, but bollards, even though they're more expensive, are those not suitable because of the lead-in and the exit?
Bollards would be a challenge because of the openings and the opportunity for debris to pass through them and impact the parklet itself, as opposed to the K-rail, which is a solid barrier without any openings.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Ms. Gutierrez.
This question is for Mr. Hinsky. I'm very confused with K-rails, I get it, but I'm really concerned about the safety with parklets, especially with the ones on Victoria. And maybe this is kind of off the agenda item, and you can bring me back if it is. Looking at safety and budget and city staff time, in my ideal world, I would like just to have parklets on State Street from Victoria all the way to Haley and focus our time and efforts there since those streets are already closed. Because we did make it very clear to the business owners that this was only temporary. And Victoria, it's not safe. And I think if we're really going to focus our efforts, especially with the budget that we're dealing with and city staff, how can or is it possible that we can just center our focus just in that downtown area?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, yes, it's possible to focus just on downtown. You simply could basically reverse the prior direction with regard to Parklet. On October 17th, you gave staff direction, you approved the program and gave staff direction to prepare this ordinance, which we did. If you choose to take a different action, then you would have to not approve this ordinance and then tell us not to come back with something else because you don't want to go forward with the program. So is it possible? Yes, it's possible.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow. Well, I let me just start very briefly by saying everyone has a right until we take the final vote to change their vote. That is unequivocally true, and I feel very strongly about that. That said, I guess I'm just a little bit surprised. On October 17th, maybe Mr. Henschke, this is for you, or maybe for our clerk, can you remind me what the vote tally was to move forward with this?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, I can remember.
I think I remembered, I'm not 100%
It was,
sure.
yes. The motion was to approve the Parklet program recommended by staff, which is a citywide Parklet program, and to direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance implementing that direction. It was a 5-2 vote at that particular time.
And one of the members who voted in the affirmative is not present today, correct? Councilmember Jordan voted in the affirmative?
That is, honorable members of the council, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll circle back to that in a second, but briefly, if this item is voted down today, either because we have a 3-3 vote or it's voted down 4-2 or whatever it is, what happens to parklets? I mean, this just goes away, right? I mean, what does it mean if we vote?
Honorable
No,
Mayor,
it's
members of the City Council, the prior action was to approve the program, certify the categorical exemption, and direct staff to bring this forward. If you get a tie vote under your procedural rules, that is a failure of the motion to introduce. What happens then is really up to the City Council. If a majority of the council says don't proceed forward, then we won't proceed forward. If it remains a tie, it's really a procedural question that's really up for the City Council. It's not something that I, as the staff on this, or perhaps the city attorney as parliamentarian can guide you on. You need to tell us what you want to do.
So thank you, Mr. Henschke. I guess what I meant really was if this is voted down or procedurally it doesn't move forward, there are existing parklets in the right-of-way off of State Street. This program was to regularize them and bring them into conformance with the various codes and safety standards. So by taking a vote that would say no to this today, whether it's a tie or a down vote or whatever, what happens to those? What's next?
Sorry, for honorable members of the council. Sorry, I misunderstood the question.
It was a
appreciate the clarification.
badly phrased question.
They would all have to go away on December 31st because they're only in existence because of of the so-called ERETO, which expires on December 31st of this year. So parklets outside of State Street, which we call outdoor business facilities on State Street, and on the West Victoria and the 13 and 400 block of State Street, everything else would have to go away. In the ordinance that you adopted regarding the State Street Promenade, there was authority to maintain the altered street configurations on West Victoria and State Street based upon a continued recommendation by the fire marshal and the traffic engineer that they remain safe.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question. Try to phrase it better than I did the last one. Do we have, is it within our authority in this body today, recognizing both that one of our colleagues is not present for what appears to be, as of now, a quite important vote, A, and B, this was an item that had a huge amount of public comment, and now we are going, or appear to potentially be going in the opposite direction with no public comment. Can we delay this vote for another week? I mean, is that within our jurisdiction to do that? I'm very disappointed to be here and to do that, but I don't see another path forward.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, could you continue this to the next regular council meeting? Yes. The next regular council meeting, I believe, is the first council meeting in December 5th. So you could continue this matter. It would not have a significant practical effect on the issue. We would still have time to take action in the two meetings in December if it decides to go forward.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would request that we continue this item until the next regularly scheduled council meeting in December.
I second that.
Okay, we still have some comments to be made, so we got the motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I understood you, Mr. Henschke, the West Victoria and 1300 Block Estate are not affected by this. They're part of the other, or would they be affected? Would they still go on past the end of the year if this didn't pass?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the technical answer is they are not subject to this, except that the traffic engineer could require safety devices under this ordinance if this ordinance is adopted. If this ordinance is not adopted, they remain subject to the ordinance that you adopted relating to the State Street Promenade.
Thank you. And then just a slight, you had referenced that this program was for citywide outside of State Street, but we did make the caveat that didn't include Coast Village Road. I just want to get that on the record.
Honorable members of the council, that's absolutely correct. I was speaking generally and not precisely. I apologize.
And then if we were to delay this till December 5th, that would be the introduction of the first ordinance, and then you have to do it again, correct? So you'd have to come back again. Is that correct, or would it take effect immediately? Where I'm going is, what is the process if we were to delay it, and then what happens? Is it in effect on December 31st, or are those parklets kind of in a netherland of regulation or not?
Honorable members of the City Council, the effect of moving this to December 5th is really not significant because, as it is, the ordinance if you were to take action today to introduce the ordinance, it would get adopted potentially on December 5th and become effective 30 days after that on January 6th. So it would be a week into January anyway. If you continue it as the motion maker has suggested, it would be potentially introduced on December 5th, adopted on December 12th, and then take effect on January 12th. What is the impact? Technically, the ERETO would expire. They would be technically unauthorized for 2 weeks, but council would have already taken direction saying that they can stay there. So from an enforcement direction, no enforcement action would be taken during that period. So there's no practical effect of the delay.
So just that extra week. Thank you. So I'll just speak to the item today, and we can vote how we will on the motion. But I was one of the two that didn't vote for this for safety reasons, and safety and aesthetic, getting to the K-rail issue that came up. But for me, the issue at the time during the October hearing was that approximately 10%, 4 out of 40 or so, of those parklets had been in serious accidents. And in other cities, serious accidents have led to injuries and even deaths in some cases. And the other issue is now, even today, with the K-rail, and I just don't see how that fits in with the aesthetics of the city we want to be. So I will just vote the same way. If we don't delay it, I will be voting the same way I did back in October, and not to support the ordinance going forward. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I support continuing the item for the reasons just described, Councilmember Harmon, and thank you. I think it is important. I know that there were public commenters who had planned on commenting. I just want to clarify for myself, and my comments from October 17th and being consistent is that the K-rail is a non-starter for me, and the more time that there is to look at other options, that's fine. I mean, I'm happy with extending it, but I just don't see K-rails throughout the city. I just can't picture it, and I didn't want my not being able to picture something aesthetic to prevent it on October 17th, and this gives more time to think if there is some other way. I know I'm not a traffic engineer, and I have the utmost respect, so I will not second guess those assessments at all, and safety first. But looking through if something might appear before we take a vote on it, if it's continued, I would love to entertain that, but I just can't see K-rails throughout the city, and I can't see the safety compromise. So I'll be voting to continue it to the next meeting.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I just want to make it clear that I support moving it when we have another council member present, and I do respect that we did have a lot of public comment. The reason that I bring this up is and it's for the reason that we've accommodated the Granada Theater, yet we do have a theater on Victoria. And has anybody sat on those parklets on Victoria and have seen how drivers actually drive through there? And I understand that Mr. Mr. Hinsky had mentioned that the fire marshal had agreed that they're safe, but I would actually like to ask the city staff that deals with traffic, how safe are those parklets based on the experiences that we've had in our city and the information we've had from other cities? And if we did remove those parklets, how much of city staff time would we save and money to focus those efforts into the downtown? So my two reasons are not for any other reason than for safety. And also, just to be fair, if we've accommodated different places in the city, to be fair for the other theaters around the State Street area. So if city staff can answer those three questions for me.
Don't all grab for the microphone at once there, guys. Mr. Bailey.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. Regarding the parklets on West Victoria Street, knowing what we know now with the collision history in the city, it would be my recommendation that those parklets also be surrounded with some sort of traffic protection. There are other parklets next to moving traffic, so the 1300 block and the 400 blocks of State Street both. There are parklets on both of those blocks that, in my opinion, should also be surrounded with some type of traffic protection. I was just speaking with Mr. Henschke. What's in the ordinance that was going to be voted on today would have given the city engineer authority to require some kind of traffic protection around the parklets on those blocks that are kind of within that State Street area. If this ordinance does not pass, he does not have that authority, so there would be, we'd have to figure something out with that in order to make sure that those are properly protected.
And the K-rails, they will slow down a car crashing into these parklets, but it doesn't prevent from anybody to actually get hurt if there was people on those parklets. Or are they actually protecting people that are there? Like they will actually stop a vehicle from hurting a person that is on those parklets?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, they do provide protection that will keep vehicles out of those areas. There are other types of decorative K-rails that we're aware of that have a different shape to them. So they're not a safety shape that we call the standard K-rail. Those decorative types of K-rails, to our knowledge, have never been tested with the crash testing that the standard K-rails go through. So we just don't know how they would perform if somebody crashed into them. Would they break off? Would a piece of them fly into the parklet? That's the kind of thing we'd be concerned about, having something deployed that just doesn't have a track record of like what actually happens when a vehicle crashes into it. With the K-rail, we know that it's going to keep vehicles out of the parklets and the people within the parklets safe.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
So just a procedural question, maybe this is for Ms. Bjork. if we do continue the item to December 5th or 7th, whatever that first Tuesday is, would that be on the consent again, or would we have it on as a full hearing?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we generally put consent items on things that we think we either have direction on or are very standard and routine. Clearly, with the change of direction, we would put it on an administrative agenda.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure, and I'll just say this, I'm not going to be supporting the continuation. And the reason is that we had a full hearing on this, and while there's more detailed information that was given today, there was a lot of detailed information given on that, and I haven't heard anything that would make me change my mind from my original vote. It actually more solidifies the reasoning that I had voted on the safety issues and the K-Rail issues back on October 17th. So I don't really see what an extra month is going to get, and if the council wants to go there, that's fine, whatever you all want to do. But I'm just not going to be supported because I think we already had that hearing when everybody was there, and so I won't be supporting the motion to continue. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, the one thing that's been very consistent about this entire process is how inconsistent we've been about this whole thing. And I feel badly for the business community because they're trying to figure out what it is we want to do. And it's not really fair to anybody. But my stance is still that aesthetically, in terms of safety reasons, and just overall fairness for the entire city, I can't support this. And safety-wise, even if we went ahead and said, yes, let's go ahead and do this program like we had said before, you've got 14 months until all these protections are actually due to be in place. And that's still more risk than I'm willing to do for what's gone on in the city since then. We've done a ton of public comment, a ton of hearings, and a ton of staff time and report. I think Ms. Harmon's point about Mr. Jordan being gone for this is a fair point. There's no doubt about it. But I don't see what we're going to do in 3 more weeks, even with Mr. Jordan here, that's going to be substantially different than what we're doing today. So I won't be supporting the motion either. With that said, we do have a motion on the floor. First by Harmon, second by Gutierrez. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. All right. Do you know the motion, Madam Clerk?
A motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to continue this item to the next regular scheduled council meeting on December 5th, 2023. Very good? Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Okay, the motion is 3-3, so it fails. So in this case, then, we go back to the original idea of the motion on the item itself. Is that correct, Madam Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, yes, you could take a motion on the item, the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
So the fact that we're not able to have public comment via Zoom, I understand city staff's move to do that, but I said it in writing to you all when you notified us that I didn't support that. I understand it. You know, I personally was more offended by what happened last week than anybody else. But I'm not going to deny people their right to speak openly about whatever it is they want to talk about, especially when it comes to issues like this. It's about transparency, and the fact that some of you aren't willing to postpone this item so that the public has an ability to voice their opinion is just shameful, straight up just shameful. I mean, that's all I got to say is that you all needed to, like, I don't know, take a moment and re-examine why you're here and what you're doing.
Mr. Friedman.
You know, I've been doing this job for about over 20 years in this type of a capacity, working for an elected. And, you know, that's the first time someone really said that because I have a different vote than what they want, that it's shameful. That's shameful to me, that you can't have a disagreement with someone. We already had a hearing when everybody was here. We've had instances in the past where we've had those big hearings, and on an issue that you supported, Councilmember Gutierrez, and it was brought back on a consent in the flip vote when nobody was paying attention because when it's a consent, you allowed it to go forward. So don't tell me that I'm shameful just because I'm trying to do my job and be consistent with my votes. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I would like to ask the city attorney or the city administrator just some clarification to why we don't have public comment, and so the public can understand it's not to restrain people from their right to share their comments during public comment. There was a reason discussed, and I just want, if you guys can have the opportunity to share that to the public.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra, so we're not required to have Zoom public participation, and we decided that after the last meeting, there was comments made that were disruptive to the agenda item. They were not public comment, they were comments made at the agenda item. So we decided that it was appropriate to go back to the pre-pandemic format, which is not to, at this time, to have Zoom public comment.
And
Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, our job as your staff is to order and arrange orderly business meetings for the city to allow the city to accomplish its meetings. We deemed that, not only from our own experience, but from the experience elsewhere, that disruptive behavior was counter to the effectiveness of the business of the city. We have not eliminated public comment. Public comment is still available. It is available in the manner that it has been available for very many years. We will keep a close eye on what's going on, and as soon as we have an opportunity to, in an orderly manner, reestablish additional public comment, we will certainly do that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, well, with that, should we return then to the item? And we'll entertain a motion on what to do with the item. You certainly may, Mr. Hinsky.
Honorable members of the council, it would be really helpful if you were to make a motion to either approve, introduce the ordinance or not introduce the ordinance, and let's see where that goes. But getting a definitive action rather than just a series of tie votes would be very, very helpful.
Thank you for that comment. And with that, Ms. Snedden.
Just for Mr. Henschke, what happens if nobody makes a motion?
Then the answer is I'm really not sure because it's really up to the city council. But I can give you some scenarios. We have a direction from an October 17th meeting that said do one thing. And that one thing was to implement a program and to develop a program. How that program gets implemented and developed, eventually we'll have to come back to the council for further implementation. So realistically, when we think about it, you had a majority action. It would take a majority action of the council, 4 votes, to do something different. If you want to wait, you can wait. But obviously, you take action by majority. And the only action that we have so far is the action that was taken on October 17th. How you handle that is not something that I, as the lawyer, can tell you, or the city administrator, as the administrator, can tell you. It's something that you have to decide as the policymakers.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Seddon, I do believe that if you didn't want to take an action on the introduction of the ordinance, you could take an action to table the matter. You could also then, the city administrator could perhaps re-agendize the action on October 17th to revisit the program of which the action was taken 5-2 to authorize the program of the parklets in the public right-of-way, and you could revisit that program.
And Mayor Rouse, council members, I think fundamentally, without an ordinance, we do not have a program.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And in order to table as opposed to continue, do we still need to have an action by council to table?
Right, you would need an action to table this.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Connect, I just have a procedural question. I seem to remember that there's some, I don't know, fail-safe, I guess is the right word, that says if 2 council members who vote in the majority either to affirm or deny an item, decide within 10 days that they want to revisit that decision, that they can do that. Can you just clarify for folks who may, just to be clear, that if they vote a certain way today, there's still that period after the vote where it can be revisited if some information comes to light for them later, within 10
Mr. Mayor,
days?
Councilwoman Harmon, I think you're thinking of a motion to reconsider. That's the only procedural mechanism that I know of. And in order to do a motion to reconsider, it has to be taken at the same meeting. And it has to be made by a member that was in the majority vote, which is a little bit tricky when, in this instance, there wasn't a majority vote. So I'm not quite clear how that would work when it's a tie.
So, Ms. Connect, if I can suggest, because the motion failed because it was a tie, then somebody who voted to deny them, or to approve the motion would be the, to deny the
make a
motion would be in the
motion.
majority, right?
Right, could make a motion to reconsider.
So somebody then,
And-
that could
and I-
technically
Right, I might
switch.
just add to one point of clarification. Our rules of procedure do say that a tie vote is a fail, but that's not universal. Many jurisdictions provide in their rules that a tie vote just means that no action is taken and that the matter is continued to another hearing automatically. So, our rules of procedure aren't necessarily binding on the council. They're guidelines on the council. So, the council could decide that because this motion to continue was a tie vote, that it's not a fail, that they could take the position that they want to consider it to be no action taken and move it forward as if no action is taken and move it forward to another council meeting. Just a
Kind of like the
suggestion.
pirate code. All right, very good. Ms. Gutierrez, you had a comment.
A question. Mr. Hensky, so if I make a motion to reconsider this ordinance, it would provide us time when Mr. Jordan would be here, and also the opportunity to figure out the situation with the K-rails, or, my concern about Victoria Street and safety issue there. Would that give us the opportunity to?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, let me rephrase the question, because I think I can answer it better. You just had a motion to continue that got a tie vote, which failed. You can make a different motion again and see if the vote changes. If it doesn't, you can then move on to something else. But as a practical matter, a motion to table and a motion to continue have the same effect. They're the same thing. A motion to reconsider, what is it that you're reconsidering? The continuance or the not? That's what I'm saying, is that if you're not going to continue, if you want to take an action on the ordinance today, then my recommendation is somebody make a motion to either introduce the ordinance or make a motion to not introduce the ordinance and see where the vote goes. But if you want to continue it, make another motion to continue. I think that would be in order, or subject to the parliamentarians' agreement.
I'm not done yet. So right now, clarification for myself. I know my colleagues are probably frustrated. If we don't take an action, that would mean that moving forward, we would have to, the Parklet program would disappear
If honorable members of
everywhere,
the council.
even on state? Okay,
Honorable members of the council, State Street is different.
okay.
You've already adopted an ordinance for State Street. State Street, West Victoria, 1300 block, 400 block, different ordinance. Parklet citywide, this ordinance said Parklet citywide with certain exceptions, like Coast Village Road and other roads where you can't have it, would be allowed, subject to requirements. The program, you said adopt the program. The program was adopted 5-2. If you want to rescind that action, somebody needs to make a motion to rescind that action, and that might be something that you could do. We want to rescind the action that we took on October 17th and direct the city attorney to not come back with another ordinance that'll leave us alone for a while. I wouldn't add that last part, but you get my gist.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, there we go.
Mr. Henschke, we're stuck here, and we just need to vote and figure out where we are and get a vote, and if it's a tie and can't, then we continue it if that's the case, or get something to pass. What was the last, how did you phrase it about the October 17th?
Make a motion to rescind the action of October 17th.
All right, and that would be the same as if there was a motion to approve and you voted no on it today?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make that motion, and if it passes, great. If it doesn't, then we know where we lie. So I'll make the motion to rescind the action of October 17th.
Ms. Sneddon?
Well, I'd just like to make a comment on that, Mr. Friedman, to consider, it doesn't affect my vote. I don't want to rescind my action of the 17th. I want to await further information. So I would still have voted yes on October 17th, awaiting further information and awaiting a proper vote on the item itself. So I'm not even sure how to, I understand the motivation and where we're trying to go with that, but I'm not comfortable voting to rescind my action of the 17th because I still would have voted yes then, and I still, given information today, would have voted no. So I'm not sure what to do with that.
Well, in order to continue the conversation, I will second Mr. Friedman's motion. And I will add that I'm doing it because I really believe we've hashed this out in many, many hearings with much comment and an exorbitant amount of staff time. So I'm not really sure, once again, how much a few weeks is going to change the game. So that's a motion and a second. And then Mr. Freeman.
Okay, I have one last question, because I think I might change the motion and withdraw. But Mr. Henschke, if there was, actually, you know what? I'm going to withdraw the motion, and I'm just going to let us vote. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the item, but I'm not going to be supporting it. I'm just trying to get us a way to have the vote, and if it goes forward, great. If not, then we need to continue it. And I'll be a no vote on it. And is there another way to get us there or not? And the other question I have for Mr. Henschke is, if there was a motion to, say, deny, to not approve item 4, and it tied, then the motion to deny it would lose. So would that mean we're de facto approving it? Right? That's how it's complicated. Is that, help us get a simple way to get out of this.
Honorable members of the City Council, I think here's the difficulty you have. You obviously have right now a split council. You have to have some way to break the tie. The way to break the tie would have been to continue this matter and bring it back on December 5th, but that failed because you tied. So if you continue to tie, staff is put in a difficult position because we have an official council action to adopt a program. We don't have a way to implement that program, so it effectively doesn't go anywhere until we get a full council and it's put on the agenda. What agenda that gets put on would obviously be either determined by the city administrator or this council. And so that's why I was suggesting that a motion to continue at least gives us a definitive date as to when you could decide this. That's what I was trying to get to.
So I'm going to withdraw the rescind because the votes aren't there to do it. So
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Since that was tied, can that same vote be brought again? Can I now make a motion to carry this item until the November 17th? December 17th, December 5th.
December 5th.
Until the next council meeting. So I'd like to make,
I believe so, yes.
yes, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to carry this item to the next council meeting.
Second.
Motion by Sneddon, second by Harmon. Any more comments on the motion? And you understand the motion, Madam Clerk?
Just to clarify, I'll just read this. I want to make sure I have the wording right. A motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to carry the item until the next regularly scheduled council meeting on December 5th?
That's the motion, correct?
Okay.
Very good. We'll take the vote, please.
Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Well, we're just trying all sorts of new stuff today, aren't we? Mr. Henschke, can you interpret this for us?
The motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to read these votes into the record so that we
Okay,
have it.
please. Okay, so motion passes with,
Well, okay.
what, if you
With,
remember, I'm good.
with no votes by Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, and an abstention from Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez and Councilmember Jordan absent.
Okay, so the motion is that, or the action item is then tabled, continued.
Mr. Mayor, it's continued till the December 5th council
This is
meeting.
in December 5th. Okay. Well, that was kind of emblematic of the whole process, wasn't it? Okay, with that, we will go to council member committee assignment reports. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the youth council meeting yesterday, and city staff from our sustainability and resiliency department was there and explained to the teens about what we do as a city to be environmentally conscious and deal with our waste. And it was really educational, even for me, to have city staff explain the entire process. And it was very informative for them as well. And I believe that was all I had this week.
All right, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We had the Sustainability and Resilience Committee meeting where we heard updates on the sea level rise, implementation plans focusing on the waterfront, then attended Kachuma Conservation and Release Board, and CCRB received a clean audit, no surprise, and approved a 5-year strategic plan, which is the first time that entity has had a strategic plan. And then attended the public outreach for the water affordability study in the West Side Neighborhood Center. And once again, our city staff really represents us so well.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll move on to the administrative calendar. If you have something to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 22, resolution to call a special election and approve a ballot measure to amend the city charter to modernize public works contracting resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and calling for the submission to the voters of a city council proposed measure to amend city charter section 519 to modernize public works contracting at a special municipal election to be held in the city on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024.
All right, very good. And that was Mr. Henschke.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a brief staff presentation. If I can get the, okay.
I don't think we're on the right one. Sir, I think it's on a different one than what we've got there.
Yeah, let me. Let's see if this is it showing up there?
It's showing.
Okay, why don't we, okay, and then we,
Okay, there we go.
no, it's not, okay, hold on.
No, it's not advancing up
Yeah,
there.
hold on. I'm just going to make sure it's pulling up the right one.
Mayor and council members, we had some very significant technical issues at our noon ordinance committee, and our our television supervisor was very creative in creating a workaround, but we're just still working through the workaround, so we are, there we go.
It was a nice little time filter. Well done.
That probably took longer than the staff presentation. Honorable members of the City Council, Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. Okay, so on October 24th, after you had heard two public presentations by the Public Works Director relating to the capital improvements program and the contracting issues that we had, you gave a direction to the staff to prepare a ballot measure that would modernize the city's contracting efforts and to place it on the March 5th ballot. So what is the proposed amendment? Well, currently, Charter Section 519 has a single method by which you can procure. I'm going to use the word procure, which means obtain contracts for public works. It needs to be amended, in our opinion, to provide this city council with a full range of authority to adopt by ordinance contracting methods that are consistent with modern practice and the full authority of a charter city. So the recommendation is to amend Charter Section 519 to read, "The City Council by ordinance shall establish procedures for competitive procurement of contracts for public works and improvements not otherwise prohibited by law. The city may also procure contracts for public works and improvements by any procedure authorized by state statute." What does the amendment do? Well, it changes the method by which we contract in the city for public works contracts. And that's all your major public works construction projects, other than maintenance and repair, that were described by the Public Works Director and the city engineer at the last couple of meetings. We do have an authority to do modernized construction practices for certain water projects. Essentially, the amendment would authorize the council to establish those methodologies for all public works contracts. What's really important, I think, to understand is that as a charter city, you have full control over municipal affairs. That's called your home rule power. What this charter does, the current charter does, is it constrains your home rule power, and it limits your ability to contract to one single method, which is the commonly called design, bid, build, or low bid contracting. This would authorize you to take full advantage of any contracting method that is available in the current context. So what would the measure say on the ballot? The measure would simply say, shall the city council propose measure to amend city charter section 519 to modernize public works contracting be adopted? That's the measure that would be presented to the voters and be on the ballot. The resolution that's before you today will call a special election for May 5th, place the proposed charter amendment on the ballot as a city-initiated measure. It would direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure. It would authorize the mayor to file an argument in favor of the measure and authorize additional signatures on that argument by 5 other people. It would request the county to consolidate the election with the statewide presidential primary, the statewide election that's on November 5th. And it would direct the clerk to take other actions necessary to implement the election. In addition, for complete transparency, we've already taken the step to draft an ordinance to implement the charter amendment if it is approved by the voters. That draft ordinance, which outlines all of the various modernized contracting methods that would be made available to the city and that were previously explained by the Public Works Director at the meeting of October 24th. That's been prepared. It's in the council agenda packet for public transparency. The draft is not before the council today. We don't need to discuss it, but it's there to provide public information. We will present the draft ordinance to council. If you decide to proceed forward with this, we will present the draft ordinance to council through the ordinance committee at future meetings so that it could be in place if the voters do approve the charter amendment. So the recommendation is that the council adopt by reading of title only the resolution that the clerk previously titled, and I will not bore you with reading it again.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there questions from council for Mr. Hensky? All righty. Are there any public commenters on this item? Any speaker slips? There are not. With that, let's back to council for deliberation and or motion. Mr. Friedman.
I'll move the staff recommendation. I think it will, going forward with us, with this, it will give us more flexibility to get higher quality projects, and best value is what we talked about when the presentation came. And we have some major projects coming forward that we want to be able to ensure that we have the flexibility to consider lowest price, but also quality of the workmanship and everything else, and this will give us the ability to do that. So I'm happy to move forward staff recommendation.
All right, moved by Friedman. Mr. Gutierrez.
I would like to second that motion, and also I want to thank city staff for all their work. And I think this is something we should have done a long time ago, so thank you so much for your work on this.
All right, very well. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez to approve the recommended action.
Very good. Can we have the vote, please? That item passes unanimously with Michael Jordan absent. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item. Read that item, please.
Next item, elimination of average unit size density incentive program expiration date ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code sections 30.20.030, 30.25.030, 30.30.30, 30.140.220, 30.150.010, 30.150.040, and 30.150 to eliminate the expiration date from the average unit size density incentive program.
Thank you. Mr. Busk.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. Yes, today we are here to discuss the average unit size density incentive program trial period and the upcoming expiration date. The AUD program was adopted as a trial program, and it is set to expire on February 15th, 2024. Staff has identified two basic options for addressing this. One is to eliminate the expiration date, and another is to extend the trial period. To give you some quick background on the AUD program itself, the concept of an AUD program was introduced in 2011 as part of the general plan. One of the main goals of the general plan was to encourage smaller rental and workforce units close to transit and easy walking or biking distance to commercial services and recreational opportunities. The AUD program was adopted in July 2013 as a trial program, and initially it was set to expire in 8 years, or after 250 units were built in either the priority or high housing tier. The AUD program replaced variable density, which is where the density is based on the number of bedrooms in the unit. AUD allows higher densities in certain areas, which are the high and priority overlay tiers. AUD allows some incentives for development, such as reduced parking and reduced open yard. And AUD requires inclusionary housing at the moderate income level. Staff recently completed an AUD progress report, which looked back on 10 years of AUD project data and also included interviews with applicants and stakeholders. I wanted to take a moment to go over some of the key statistics and information and feedback that we learned in compiling the data for this report. There have been 94 projects submitted as part of the AUD program, totaling 1,439 units. Of those, 43 projects have been built, totaling 697 units. The median density of these projects is 27 units per acre. The median project size is 6 units. The average unit size is 716 square feet. The most common unit type is a 2-bedroom unit. 22% of the proposed units are deed restricted affordable. The average lot size is 11,180 square feet. And the projects are located, they're evenly split between residential zones and commercial zones. I do want to be clear that the AUD program was not intended to be an affordable housing program. Yes, when it was adopted, there was the hope that by creating smaller rental units, they would be more affordable by design, which I know is not everyone's favorite term, but that was the hope. Since implementing AUD, we have seen construction of smaller units, and they have been almost primarily rental units. And they were significantly smaller than what we saw under the variable density program, about half the size as variable density units. However, we did not see any increase in the number of units produced under the AUD program compared to variable density. So going back to the current request before you today, as I mentioned, there are 2 primary options for you today. The council can choose to eliminate the existing expiration date, which would essentially make the AUD program permanent. Or council could extend the trial period, and staff has identified a date of 2030 if you choose to extend the program. And we chose that date because it would align with the housing element timeframe, and the housing element does depend on the densities that are identified in the AUD program. Staff is recommending that you eliminate the AUD expiration date, and we're making this recommendation for several reasons. First, it sends a clear message to developers that the AUD program and the associated densities will not simply go away. Feedback from applicants as part of the AUD progress report was that the expiration date was the thing that they disliked the most about the AUD program. It created uncertainty and made them hesitant to submit projects. And so staff does not want to do anything that would chill housing development. As I mentioned, our housing element does also rely on the densities that are identified in the AUD program. And importantly, we haven't heard any feedback from anyone about a desire to return to variable density. Second, it allows staff to focus time on multi-unit housing amendments. Eliminating the expiration date does not mean that staff will stop working on amendments, improvements, tweaks to the AUD program. We would continue to refine and improve it. It just allows us to focus time on the actual amendments rather than worrying about an impending expiration date. And finally, eliminating the expiration date gives staff the ability to work on most relevant and impactful amendments which might be outside the scope of the AUD program. It also recognizes that sometimes we have to pivot to other deadline-driven work, including responding to new state legislation. So the AUD program is just one component of our overall housing plan. We have heard a lot of feedback that there's a desire to increase density for affordable projects. And that may be something that's better addressed through amending the city's density bonus ordinance. We've also heard a desire to create an adaptive reuse program. That's something that staff absolutely wants to move forward on, but that's outside of the AUD program. And if you want to address hotels, that's also something that may not necessarily be within the AUD program itself. So I bring up these examples just to highlight that amendments to the AUD program may not be the best mechanism for the changes that you want to see happen first. Eliminating the expiration date does give staff that flexibility to move to those workload items. We also know that the housing element is going to require a lot of implementation programs, and many of them have a time frame that requires them to be addressed in the next year or two. And so staff wants to coordinate our efforts and evaluate the AUD program, along with implementing those housing element policies to find ways to increase housing production and generate more affordability. Just to outline some of the process steps that we've had for this ordinance amendment, it went to Planning Commission on October 12th, where they unanimously recommended elimination of the expiration date. We went to Ordinance Committee on October 31st, where the vote was 2-1 to eliminate the expiration date. Today we're at City Council and would hope to return on December 5th for adoption, and then the ordinance would go into effect 30 days after adoption. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Mayor Rouse and council members, just to be clear, what's on the agenda today as a recommendation is introduction by reading of title only and adoption of the expiration date. So if council were to direct us that they would prefer not to have the expiration date and kick the sunset date out farther, we would come back at the next hearing with that ordinance for introduction. This is a zoning amendment, so it does require 5 affirmative votes to pass.
All right, very good. With that, we'll go to questions from council. Oh, come on. Nobody? All righty, well, with that,
Mayor Rouse and Ms. DeBus did remind me, it's 5 affirmative votes at adoption. We can get through introduction with 4.
I see. All right, very good. And there are no speaker slips for this. So with that, I will go to deliberations and/or motion. We have Ms. Gutierrez.
When we're ready, I would like to make a motion. I want to thank staff for including the slide that we're seeing here. No, it's slide. Just because I got a lot of emails and phone calls, I think it is this one. How if we do eliminate the AUD expiration, that staff still is allowed to continue doing some modifications, but this will just, it doesn't mean that it's not set in stone, that staff is still working on it, and some of the concerns that the public has, we can come to staff and make some modifications. So I just want to thank staff for that and the report.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I would really like to make the request that we not eliminate the expiration, but that we move it to align with the housing element timeline of 2030. And I have a lot of different reasons for that, which I'll list out here. The first is that at Planning Commission and at the different commissions where it came, there were at least 10 to 12 different recommendations for ways that the program needs to be tweaked or updated. And while I agree that that isn't worth staff's time at the moment with all of the other ways that we are trying to address affordable housing, I think that eliminating the expiration date is an endorsement of the program as is, and an acknowledgement that it's a working program. And I think that aligning it with the housing element timeline of 2030 gives enough certainty and time to be able to work on some of these issues, but to sort of put it on the back burner for a little bit while we're focusing on the needs outside of the AUD, so that the toolbox. And I'll just make my comments here that I think outside of the AUD toolbox, we really need deed-restricted affordable housing. I'd really like to limit hotel production. We have Paseo Nuevo and La Cumbre Plaza in discussions about housing. Those could really change the numbers and the incentives and the locations of where we're looking. I don't really want to be locked into AUD through the next housing element update in 2030, which is still a long ways off, until we know what those two areas might look like. I think we need to prioritize the adaptive reuse. I think the city needs a true affordable housing program, and per Sheila Lodge's comments, also a city-specific density bonus program, and that's in line with our housing element updates. And I think that those could, in conjunction, when we're looking at the 2030 housing element timeline, we can be looking at all of those tools in the toolbox and the AUD instead of just accepting it now as is. Within the AUD definitions, I think we need a consistent definition of workforce housing at 60 to 120% of AMI. This sort of constant redefining of what we mean by workforce, I think, has created maybe a little bit of confusion about how successful the program is or who it applies to or what the goals are. And along those lines, too, I think we need really clear goals of the program. I think depending on who you talk to, and it comes through in the Planning Commission comments and in different comments, that, affordable by design wasn't necessarily successful. It's successful in producing units, but not necessarily successful in producing affordable units. I think the rental housing being automatically designated as a community benefit needs to be taken out. This is something that we've talked about in comments, or some of us have multiple times over the years, to just automatically consider any rental housing community benefit, I think creates actually undue burden on the need for more affordable housing. Every 1 unit of luxury housing that's produced creates the need for 9 affordable housing units to support it. So to just have rental housing at any market rate be considered a community benefit, I think is hurting our goals of affordable housing throughout the community. I think we need to increase the inclusionary percentage, increase the in lieu fund significantly compared to other communities. I just think that there are so many things still with AUD that are not ideal or targeted specifically toward the goal of affordability, that I'm not comfortable eliminating the expiration date altogether. And I think 2030 is still a long ways out, gives people enough time to work on their projects, but then aligns with the housing element. So I'd rather the AUD continue, but be looked at holistically with all the other that we're trying to accomplish at that time.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. I do have a question based on something Councilmember Sneddon said. In regards to rental housing as a community benefit, is that in this that would be approving, or what is the status? Because we have given feedback and discussions at council that we want to take another look at that, and can you update us on that?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, yes, currently rental housing is considered priority housing, which is under the community benefit definition. We're not proposing any changes to that right now. So that would be something that we would be looking at with future AUD amendments.
So that is something that we can, even if we were to get rid of the expiration date, we can come back on that specific issue at any time. It could be early next year if we so chose to make that change. It's independent of the expiration date.
Councilmember Friedman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just get to my comments. I appreciate all the work that staff is doing on this, and the 101 or 1,001 other things, trying to stay abreast of all the state legislation. And one of the biggest challenges we have is that the state legislature keeps making all these new bills that take away more local control time and time again, increased density, they're attacking charter cities, all of that. And there is a provision that they passed a few sessions ago called the no net loss. And that means if you were to downzone, then you have to find a way to keep your zoning where it is for housing. You can't lose units. And the concern I would have, even if we went where Councilmember Sneddon was suggesting, is that there are a lot of units that we have planned within our housing element now, and I would assume going into 2030, that would, base on the AUD and the high priority overlay and others in that, so that even if the threat was there for it to go away, if it did, then we would have to find a way to backfill those units in some other way, and we haven't identified what that is. And that would be a huge undertaking for staff. So by getting rid of the expiration date, it doesn't say that we think that this program is perfect, it's great, it's done its job. But what it's saying, it is the best we have right now. We can continue to amend it, just as we discussed a moment ago, that we can change the community benefit at any time. And it also keeps the spotlight off of us from the state, because they are actually, my understanding is, not only passing legislation, but they're looking at specific communities one by one to see how you are complying. And if you were to put an artificial date or expiration date on it, then there would be the risk that there isn't the certainty for developers and projects to come in and create the housing that we need. And you would actually potentially reduce the number of units that are being built. And we need as much affordable housing as we can. There's the local housing trust fund that we are moving forward here. And hopefully there will be a dedicated funding source coming into that, because that's where the really affordable housing is going to be. But you also need to have some type of market rate housing, or housing that's affordable to middle income, affordable by design, because only certain segments of the population are going to be able to be eligible based on their income for capital A affordable projects. And the AUD has been the only way in the last 10 years that's created new rental housing units. And before that, we've heard it many times, there wasn't any created for the last 40 years. And that gets to something that we heard in the staff report and others too, is that the AUD projects rent at a higher rate for market than others. Well, that's because they're brand new. If your option is to rent a unit that was built in 2023 versus one that was built in 1973, comparable size, the 2023 is just going to cost more. If you don't build them now, what's going to happen is 20, 30 years from now, you're going to have even a bigger discrepancy, because all you're going to have is units built in 2043 versus 1973 and those types of things. So, and the other thing I would add, it was unanimous at the Planning Commission. It was forwarded by the Ordinance Committee. It was a 2-1 vote, but also at the Long Range Development Oversight Committee that 3 of us sit on. It was unanimous to move forward with the removing the expiration date. So I'll be supporting the removal of the expiration date. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are going to be along the same lines as Councilmember Friedman's. I also strongly support eliminating the expiration date altogether. A lot of the comments that I received, and I think what we've sort of all been talking around, is there seems to have been quite a bit of conflation between this idea of our support for affordable housing and our willingness to remove this expiration date from the AUD program. And I want to just be very clear that those are two different things. And I think the staff report and the presentation today did clarify that. Of course, we need and must move forward to incentivize affordable, low-income housing development. I think it's one of the things that we speak with one voice on from this council, and it's critical. But when we talk about the AUD, the idea of returning to variable density, even which sort of just continues to hover as a threat over everything with this expiration date, even just that idea isn't something that I can support. As Councilmember Friedman said, variable density is an approach that very much contributed to the absence of any rental housing development for decades. And a return to variable density, even the threat of returning to variable density, is not going to lead to increased affordable housing development. It won't. And I think it's a really, it's an oversimplification, and it's an incorrect conflation of cause and effect to say that the AUD program has had a direct and the only sort of factor that's led to an increase in land values, and that's why affordable housing can't get built. I mean, this is such a complex area of law and policy that we are talking about. So I just want to be very clear that this expiration date is not the reason that affordable housing is difficult to build. It's certainly not the only reason. And if we were to keep the expiration date, it wouldn't make it any easier to build affordable housing than it is right now, or than it has been for the last 30 or 40 years. This is not the problem. The problem is that we need to put in place the right incentives, the right programs to actually facilitate and fund affordable housing. Getting rid of the ability to build rental housing more generally is not the key that we're looking for. We're not going to get, I guess I'll just sort of tie that with a bow by saying that we're not going to get more affordable housing by continuing to hamstring the AUD program with an expiration date. We're just not going to do it. I would also add, finally, that the AUD program does need updates. I very much agree with the comments that have been made to that effect. And with great respect, I disagree that a vote to remove the expiration date is a full endorsement of the program as is. That's just simply not true. Amendments can be made. I support amendments. One of those amendments that needs to happen is a removal of the expiration date in my mind. So I just want to be explicit with my vote. I'm not saying that this program is perfect, nor am I saying that it doesn't need critical changes. But I think those changes will happen, and the step to remove the expiration date is simply just one of those things that needs to happen to fix it and to move us closer to getting this program right. So I will be voting in support of the motion.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Sneddon, for her comments, and it really made me realize when we make decisions, if we are actually showing what the public perceives when we make decisions is really out of our control. And I do see your point, Ms. Harmon and Mr. Friedman. I will be supporting the expiration dates for the AUD just because of the experiences I've had with community members in my district. But again, when I said thank you for having this information on the slide of how we can make the tweaks, but I do want to acknowledge Ms. Sneddon's comments because it made me pause and realize, wow, when we make decisions, what the public perceives is very different than what the decisions we're making on council. And you have a very good point because I'm all about trying to save money and staff time, and I think your suggestions about bringing it back when we review the housing element in 2030 is a really good idea. But because of a lot of the conflicts that when AUDs are built in my district, a lot of the landlords, because of the complicated permitting process that we have and that we're working on, one of their big factors of stopping to build the AUD or continue to building more AUD in my district has been, oh, well, there's an expiration date. I'm not going to deal with the city. And in my district, AUDs are critical because they do provide the affordable housing, that housing that the rent is actually below the rent market because it's a smaller unit. It's usually also to provide a space when the family, there's a new generation of families in the household, which is a lot of what in my district you have the multi-generation. So thank you, Ms. Nutten, and thank you for my colleagues for both of your point of views, and I will push forward to move the motion.
Did you make a motion, or?
I did twice.
All right. So, wait, we're a little confused up here. Who made?
I made the motion
To what?
staff recommendation.
For staff recommendation, and was it seconded? Okay, seconded by Harlan, thank you. All right, now we've got that clear. So I was on council when this thing came forward in the first place, and we also bought into the affordable by design because we were excited about it. But, and then it really blew us away how quickly and how excited everybody was about it, and we ended up filling up those requests. They didn't all come out of the ground, but it was very exciting for a lot of folks. And we did create some of the most robust rental housing in decades. Now, whether it was, when we try to do things for policy or procedure that pretend to game the market, we always end up going, well, that didn't work either. So, but what we don't want to do is go back to variable density. So the important thing for me here is simplicity for staff going forward and clarity for those who just choose to invest and develop. And if we could get both of those, we'd be in Camelot basically, because right now, staff is trying to field I don't know how many different land use policies per week come down from Sacramento. It seems like a ton. So rather than having an arbitrary date, which, by the way, we can amend at any given, council can amend at any given time, I would say let's eliminate that date, which we've done a few times before. Because like I said, we don't want to find ourselves up against a wall with the default of being variable density, with having not any other plan in mind. So I will be supporting staff recommendation going forward. And with that, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and if there are no further comments, do you understand the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to approve the recommended action. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
The motion passes 5-1. Councilmember Sneddon dissenting, Michael Jordan absent. Thank you. Okay. With that, I guess we would potentially move into some closed session items, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Rouse, you have a choice. You can either do your concluding remarks now and move into closed section, or you can move directly into closed session, whichever you prefer.
Okay, let's go ahead and do those, please. Anybody got some of those? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this week I attended a presentation along with you, Mr. Mayor, at the Housing Authority, and it was regarding potential ballot measure for the city of Santa Barbara next year that would focus on a lot of our needs in areas outside of infrastructure. And I also attended the opening reception of the Jewish Film Festival, and also attended the Sustainability Committee, which Councilmember Sten reported on earlier. And then there was a great program that I was involved with 10 years ago, and both Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez and Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez were part of the Emerging Leaders Program, and they had a 10-year reunion, and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez and I were there. It was about 70 or so people. It was a great turnout from a lot of people that have gone through that program over the last 10 years, and it was great to work with them and see them again and catch up with them. And also attended the Special Olympics, had their annual firefighters ball, and that was just a really fun event for a great organization. And a longtime friend of mine, Dan Weiner, was earned the Volunteer of the Year. I've known him for many years, over 2 decades now, and he's just an outstanding individual and really cares about Special Olympics and what they do. And then also attended the Chamber of Commerce had a mixer at the Amazon building, and it was the first time I'd been in there. Many people since it was Saks Fifth Avenue, and just kind of showed us what they do there in terms of Amazon, and it was great to be able to see the facility and learn what they do. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. I attended a lot of events, but I just want to highlight that a really great resident of the West Side passed away this weekend. He'd gotten national recognition for his work fighting for people with disabilities. He suffered from ALS, and that is Addie Barkan. He was great, and he's really going to be missed, and really appreciate everything he did while we had him, and he's really going to be missed. Thank you.
Okay, and along with Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Freeman, I attended the Special Olympics event, which was fabulous, as always. I got to be the starter for the half marathon that was here. It had 5,300 entries from all over the world and some other countries as well. The bad downside was it was 6:30 in the morning, which is not exactly mayor time, as you might know. I also spoke at an ozone therapies group that was actually 200 doctors from all over the country that do ozone therapy, and that was kind of fascinating to do. And then yesterday we had our U.S. Conference of Mayors down at Chase Palm Park, which was a really interesting group to be with, and talking about the folks back from D.C. about how cities are handled on a national basis. So that was pretty enlightening. Now with that, if there are no further, Mr. Freeman.
I see some members of the audience, and I'm just wondering if any of them are here for boards and commissions
Mayor Rouse and
interviews.
Councilmember Friedman, I was going to suggest that for order of business, I do think you probably have some people here for interviews. We did schedule that for 6 PM. My recommendation is that you do your closed sessions now. I do not think they will take dreadfully long. And then we come and do the early interviews, the people who are here for interviews. And then we have a 5:30 time certain, and then the 6 o'clock we will redo interviews, if that is acceptable to council.
Okay, if there are no objections, I would agree with Ms. Bjork. And with that, Madam Clerk?
Very good. Item 27, conference with city attorney, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9 D1, as described in agenda item 27. And item 28, public employment, public employee appointment, as described in agenda item 28.
Okay, very good. And we expect a report out from item 28. We will reconvene and come back, and if those folks that are here for early, if we get here back in time, we'll do our interviews, start with those folks that are here. See you in a few minutes. this meeting back to order. We have an announcement to report out from our last closed session. We'd like to report out that upon the current city administrator's retirement, that Sarah Connect will become our interim city administrator. So, and that vote was taken, and it was voted unanimously.
Mayor, sorry,
Mr. Doimus.
with one absent, just wanted to add.
Was that?
With one absent.
With one absent, yes.
Mayor Rouse, you do have one applicant here for Arts Advisory Committee, if you'd like to take that interview now.
Certainly. And whoever would that be? You can just pull that mic down, or you can use
Mayor
that one
Rouse,
if
I
you like.
believe you need to have the clerk read the item into the agenda first.
Either one, I've got them both on. Madam Clerk, read the item, please.
And that's item 25, interviews for city advisory groups.
All right, very good. Arts Advisory Committee.
I should have known that. I do know procedure. My apologies. My name is Kim Cochran, and I am applying for the Arts Advisory. I do hope that you have the application. Yes?
I'm sorry, would you repeat your name, please?
Kim Cochran.
Did you apply for another commission by any
No, I
chance?
did not. In fact, I also got 2 emails from, and I was going over the email, going over the list of questions. So I am an incumbent, and I think there's something going on when we transferred from library to administration. I think there's something going on with the our tenure for Arts Advisory. So it shows that there are 2 people whose tenure expires 12/31 of this year. However, there is only 1 vacancy. And so I just think it's just an oversight. There should be, exactly. So it's only with 1. Yeah. Oh, I just looked online. My apologies.
Okay.
So my
We can go ahead.
apologies
Would you-
with
I'm
the
sorry,
half
would you-
information.
Would you mind repeating your name one more time?
Kim Cochran.
Kim Cochran, okay.
And I did get the notification, but that
Well,
the application was accepted, but
You're
that's
on a list
perfectly
now, so
fine.
please go ahead.
Okay. Well, I currently serve on your Arts Advisory. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage since I'm going at this blind. So I'm also a little exhausted. We just got done with lighting up 80,000 square feet for Isla Vista and Oscoya Park for their haunted Halloween festival. And so what do? We are a public art company in Santa Barbara. I've served on the Arts Advisory, I think, for the past 2.5 years. When someone resigned, I filled the position. I also serve on the De La Guerra Arts Subcommittee. I also served on the Poet Laureate Committee. And I am absolutely pleased, ecstatic, that Melinda Palacio has taken it full steam ahead and has absolutely included Spanish speakers. I love that. We need that. They've come up with a great grant that you guys have funded, so thank you for that. What other questions can I ask? What I'm most proud of and it's not even directly related to Arts Advisory, what I'm most proud of is that arts and culture as economic drivers are being introduced in the conversation. Arts is being introduced in front of the Planning Commission when there are new buildings being built. I love that. That is what we need. We need more public art. What would I like to see? I would like to see proper investment in not only public art, but also maintaining it, potentially 1% for the arts, and I know that is a long process. But there's many things that I'd like to see for Santa Barbara. Most importantly, I want to continue for arts advocacy, both in funding, both in opportunities, and in professional development. I'm also, I think, a little bit familiar with the proceedings, and I do know what is in the purview for Arts Advisory. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, are there questions for Ms. Cochran? Ms. Snedden?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Will you just repeat for us, you are incumbent and you've been on the Arts Advisory Committee for 2 years, did you say?
I think 2.5 years. It was, I believe, on the mid-year. I want to say Smithers resigned.
Okay.
And so there was an application. So maybe that might be where it might be faulty. Maybe I'm supposed to serve 4 years, but I was under the impression that the term ended this year, and I went ahead and applied. In fact, I got a notification saying that my tenure has expired and to apply if I so wish.
Okay, thank you. And then if, Madam Clerk, if we could follow up and make sure that we have the application materials too.
Certainly, Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon, we will look into this.
Thank you.
You have a lot going on, I understand. The entire community understands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Sarah, will you then get a hold of Nico and see what?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Well, now, here we are. We don't really expect to see anybody.
Mayor
till
Rouse, I
5:30.
suggest you recess until 5:30.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just do that, because that's when the Boys and Girls Clubs are coming in. So let's have a, let's recess until reconvene at 5:30. and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene our meeting from earlier on. Madam Clerk, you have an item to read.
Item 24, United Boys and Girls Club Gold Card recipients, West Side and Downtown.
Director Baker, would you like to make a couple of comments, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is definitely my favorite meeting as well. I appreciate you having us here today, and what you're having before you are the kids who have achieved gold card status. And what we know from Boys and Girls Clubs, and you've heard this story many times, but we have decades of proof that the magic number is 105 days. And that's proof from all over the country, the 5,000 Boys and Girls Clubs that we have all over the country. We know that that's the magic number. If we can get a child to attend a Boys and Girls Club 105 days in the same calendar year, they're twice as likely to lead a healthy lifestyle and twice as likely to graduate high school on time. So all these children that are here today have achieved that status already this year. And they're well on their way to leading a healthy lifestyle and also graduating on time with a plan for the future. So we're really excited to be here today. Thank you for doing this. This is our 6th annual time doing it here in Santa Barbara, so we're really excited. And we had to put a little bit of a pause during COVID, but we got through it, and we've been doing the program. But again, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you. And I say this each time to the kids that are here. If you want to know how important Boys and Girls Clubs are and where you can go, if I could just ask the people that are on a dais to stand up if they're former club kids. Look at that. Huh? How about that? How about that? That's awesome. So proud of both of you. So very proud of both of you. Okay, with that, I think we're good. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, this is quite a crowd, and I must say this is so far, a much better behaved crowd than what I'm used to here in the dais, so appreciate that very much. We have both the downtown. How many are downtown? How many west? How many downtown Boys and Girls Club members? How many West Siders? All right. All right. Okay, I'm going to start out with the Downtown Boys and Girls Club and a certificate of recognition on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council. It is my pleasure to recognize and congratulate all the students who achieved gold card status for their stellar attendance at the Downtown United Boys and Girls Clubs of Santa Barbara County. So we'll start out with Leo Geronimo. All right, Lillian Kleinbecker. Lilia Ochoa, come on up. Victoria Fonseca, Malika Mendez, Jose Angel Lopez, Kendra Zamora, Colette Kleinbecker, Mark Ivan Morin, Zuleika Lopez, Herman Morales, Gelani Morales, Mibella Green, Roma Martinez, David Morales, Nikki Oy, Abraham Angeles, Vivian Padilla, Damian Velasquez, and Jason Padilla. And that's the downtown crew. Give them a big round of applause. Okay. Yeah, don't go away. Stay right over there. And now for the West Side, certificate of recognition on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council. It is my pleasure to recognize and congratulate all the students who achieved gold card status for their stellar attendance at the West Side United Boys and Girls Clubs of Santa Barbara County. And we'll start out with, now these names are written in reverse, so give me a moment here. I think it's Sofia Reyes, Brianna Alvarez Lopez, Beleza Barreto, Dylan Sanchez Pangan, Ricardo Jaimes. Let's see. Well, you can help me out. There's Iker Bernal Palma, Josue Diaz, Cheyenne Ortiz, Adriana Trujillo, Joseph Zavala Cortez, Joseph Briggs, Reina Garcia, Fernando Vega, Faith Ortiz, Yazuri Teku, if I got that one right, Rafael Bautista, Merlin Vasquez, Osandre Ortiz, Hannah Vega, Jonathan Ariola, Alice Hernandez Escargega, sorry about that, Osway Rojas, Alison Ayala, I'm really getting bad here, Jacob Vega, Leila Velasquez, Arabella Gomez Gutierrez, Ivan Solis Neri, Madeline Lilian Solis Neri, Juan Carlo Barreto, Julian Jacobs, Mateo Marquez, Brian Juarez, Raquel Pelico, Joaquin Juarez, and Nico Velasquez. All right, so Michael, how are we going to get everybody up here? Sure, come on back. Yeah. You do? Oh, you do? I know who you are. I've met you guys before. No, that's... Okay, yeah, come on, however you're gonna spread out here.
Yeah,
You're funny.
Yeah.
I've done this before. This is my first rodeo.
So, Michael, we're gonna squeeze these kids in too? Yeah.
Guys, come. Jesse, let's get them in the front. Now that we've called everybody. There we go. There we go. Thank you.
How about a round of applause for all the mom and dads here?
We're looking over at Lex in the corner.
Oh.
This is your first press conference, you guys, so get used to it.
We got one more, and that's it. Parents, get your photos.
Yeah, everybody, yeah.
We good? Have you got it?
All right, you guys, thank you. Good job.
Keep up the good work.
You guys are good.
Thank you.
Michael, oh yeah, my pleasure, bud. Always.
All right, let's do it. Group photo up front. Thank you. Proclamations. We got everything. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now you got your business. Have fun. We're going this way, guys. We're doing a group photo up front. Good job. Good job. Good. Go downtown.
quite a crowd, you guys. So that item is obviously done, and we can move into interviews just a little bit early so the candidates who are here can interview. And Mr. Barnwell, I understand that you were registered for the library board, but you'd like to switch your affiliation.
Yes. Mr. Mayor and council members, yes, I was registered last springtime to be on the library board. And then I automatically come around this time and I see that there may be an opening on the Planning Commission and the Architectural Board of Review. So I'm making an application for those two. I speak to you now about myself and my experience, which I think applies to both of those boards and commissions. I'll divide my comments into, the first part is who am I and my experience, and then the second part, so that you will know, is my overview on land use and planning issues. I'm Brian Barnwell. I've lived in town for over 50 years. I'm a graduate of UCSB, as was my father before me and my number one son. I'm a family of carpenters, and I am one. My grandfather and my father before me, my entire life, with the exception of working in a bookstore, which caused me to want to be on the library board, I've always been involved in construction and land. As far as my public service, I have sat on the Planning Commission before. I was on the City Council. The other commissions and boards that I sat on included the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force and the advisory committee for the Accessory Advisory Committee. I've been involved in education through Peabody School. I was president of a dance troupe in town for 10 years, and I also was one of the original founders of the Marge Luke Theater. But I come before you now to request primarily the Planning Commission, which is, as you know, is a land use, essentially a land use and planning tool of the City Council. My own philosophy is kind of two-pronged. I think the first one is preservation of the city of Santa Barbara and its uniqueness, its architecture, its history, all of those things which have made us the wonderful place that we are. That's a tricky thing to do. It's a tall order, but it's necessary. The second one is, I think now, the housing issue, and how do we provide housing for as many people as we possibly can. Those two issues are clearly the razor's edge. In addition to the housing issue, we have the loss of brick and mortar retail. We have trouble with our office buildings. And I think, and you may agree with me, I would expect that you do, that we're at a crossroads almost in the future of Santa Barbara. We have had an old way of doing things, and we need to kind of readjust how we're doing stuff to meet the future. Insofar as the housing topic is concerned, my own mantra is that it's not a single word. It's a double hyphenated word, and it's housing transportation. So anytime you talk about housing, you need to also talk about transportation. And when I say transportation, I mean the big picture, not just regionally to be able to work in Santa Barbara and live in Ventura, Lompoc, but how do you get from the west side to downtown? Is there bus service? Are there pathways for pedestrians? All of those things become part of anything that the Planning Commission would look at in their approvals of how do we make it a better community, and how do we live on that razor's edge of making sure that what we do well, and we serve as many people as we possibly can. I think there were a couple of takeaways that I got from my own time on boards and commissions, and one of them is I know that the Planning Commission is the right arm of the City Council, and they don't make policy, you guys make policy. And we need to be polite to the community. And I think something I learned from the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force that has stood me in good stead is we need to be able to listen. And I think I can do those things. It would be an honor and a privilege if you saw your way clear to appointing me to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Okay, questions from council. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Barnwell. I just wanted to clarify it's important for the record, your application was for the library board originally, but you're applying for now the planning, you said this earlier, the planning commission and the ABR?
Yeah, that's,
Just wanna make
that's
sure I have
correct.
both those correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and you don't need to interview twice. We'll just note that as.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Barnwell? Mr. Barnwell, how many terms did you serve on Planning Commission? Was it 2 terms or?
It was just short of 2 terms. I served for 7 years, 7.5 years, and then I got elected to the city council. So it's almost 8 years, almost 2
Okay.
terms. And then on the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, it was 1 term, 4 years. And then the Accessibility Committee, which I had a hand in forming, that was 4 years, which was one of the most informative commissions I've ever sat on, because those people really know the sidewalks and the curbs and the gutters and what doors work and what doors don't work. It gave me a new understanding of all of that side of things. And then, of course, the city council, and like I said, taking away from all these things, you carry the flag for the city of Santa Barbara. So being polite is a super important component for everyone. And the housing issues, I think maybe I could help. That's what I would like to do, is maybe I can give some assistance, get us where you guys want us to go.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Barnwell?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for applying, and thanks for your service. Okay, since we're not at the 6 o'clock hour yet, I'll just take you as you come up and let me know what you're applying for, and then we'll be our huffy formal selves afterwards.
Hi, I'm Leslie Dynaberg, and I'm here because I'd like to serve a 2nd term on the Library Advisory Committee. I began my service on the library board at the height of the pandemic in January of 2021, and at that time, the library building itself was closed, although they were still providing services in lots of creative ways, and our board meetings were all on Zoom. And during my tenure on the advisory committee, the central library itself reopened to the public, construction on Library Plaza started, and all the improvements inside the building, the elevator, everything else has started and is still continuing. And during my time on the committee, the entire library board membership has also turned over. So I really feel like I'm just getting started in terms of understanding the intricacies of the library and how the system works and getting to know the people, and I have a lot more I'd like to contribute. We have an excellent, dedicated board in place, but I'm the only one who grew up in Santa Barbara and has a long time knowledge of our town, and I do think that adds a perspective that might be lacking otherwise. As I said, I grew up in Santa Barbara. The library's been a home away from home for me since I was very young. My parents were both teachers. I was educated in local schools, spent many happy afternoons in the library, and did the same thing with my own son, who's now 24. Professionally, I'm a longtime journalist, and I'm the arts, culture, and community editor for the Santa Barbara Independent, which puts me into a position to be tapped into things going on in our community that might have some possible effects or synergies with the needs or opportunities for the library. The paper is also supportive of my volunteer work, and we do try to collaborate whenever possible. And I really believe that the library is one of the most important public institutions. It's a great equalizer, and it's one of our city's greatest resources. And I would say, during my time in the library, one of the most rewarding things that we've collectively, meeting all of you, have accomplished so far is getting the library back open for the public every day. It's been an honor, and I thank you for considering my continuing to serve.
All right, thank you. Questions for Ms. Steinberg?
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Sure.
And I believe this gentleman might have been the next one in the room, or either one of you, come on up and let me know what you're doing.
Mayor Rouse, City Council, my name is John Beardsmore, and I'm reapplying for the Rental Housing Mediation Board. I've served 1 term. It expires in December, so I'm reapplying. I think my qualifications is I'm a small property housing provider in Santa Barbara. I've been a resident in Santa Barbara for 66 years, and I was a union plumber for 35 years until my retirement about 10 years ago. So I do all the management of my property. I'm pretty savvy on the laws with rental housing, and it's getting harder and harder to do that because you almost have to be an attorney now to understand all the different laws and state, city, and everything. But being on the rental housing mediation board has been really good, and I enjoy working with Andrea and the rest of the board members. So I'd like you to consider me for another term.
Very good. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Beardsmore? Thank you for applying again. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Murray. Dear council members and mayor, for several months I've been filling in a position on the Creeks Advisory Committee, and I would like to continue in this role. I've attended all meetings. I've closely followed and appreciated learning about all of the capital improvement projects, the maintenance, the monitoring, the outreach efforts that are done by the outstanding Creek staff. Most recently, Cameron Benson shared with us his proposal for the capital improvement project from years 2025 to 2030. And I'm hoping to remain on this board so that I can continue to support those efforts. All the things I love, bacterial reduction and stormwater retrofits and watershed and creek restoration projects spread throughout Santa Barbara creeks. I'm familiar with a lot of these creeks because I also serve on the board of the Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council. Prior to that, by many years, I was a facilitator and the coordinator for the Southern California Wetlands Recovery Project, after which I became a lecturer at the UCSB in the Environmental Studies program, where I've taught environmental science, the conservation planning, and the rivers courses there. So I care a lot about watersheds in Santa Barbara. As some of you know, I lived up on San Marcos Pass in high school, and I think all the rangers at Cachuma Lake really inspired my interest in natural resources, because that's what I studied in college. I went to Davis and then Oregon State. I chose Oregon State because it is the rivers school. If you want to learn about river restoration, it's probably the place that many people go. And that's what I've been doing ever since. I've always worked in working on protecting and restoring watersheds. I consider myself a fluvial geomorphologist, which is sort of like a river geologist, but you have to know a lot about stream ecology and stream biology and water quality to do that effectively. I've also held a position working for the city of Bainbridge Island, where I was the water resources lead for that city island. And so I feel familiar with budgeting and carrying out projects. I've also worked in consulting, so I've designed projects myself and have a pretty good idea of project management and things to think about. And I feel like I am ready to retire and want to give back to my community that I love so much. And I hope you'll consider me to continue this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Moore? Thank you very much for applying.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, we're still doing one by one since there's so few. So I think you came in next. Are you here to apply? Yeah. Come on up. Just give us your name and the organization you're applying for, please.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cindy Zavala. I'm 15 years old, and I'm currently attending Bishop Diego. I am applying to be appointed as a youth council member. Some of my past experience that would make me a successful member is my past experience with leading forums with tobacco usage and the ban of multi-unit housing in the city of Carpinteria. I have worked alongside the youth of Carpinteria against tobacco making policies, and I have made numerous amounts of public comments that would make me successful in the youth council, because having leadership and public speaking skills would positively impact my involvement on youth council. I would like to be appointed on youth council to continue serving my community for the positive, and it would allow me access to having an amazing support team that would help me in achieving changes within the community for the better. Some issues I am interested in changing are the number of teenagers using tobacco while in school. This is an important issue to target because when teenagers are using tobacco during school, it affects their learning abilities during school hours, and we want to help the youth have a better understanding of school because the dropout rates are very low, and we want to target them staying away from tobacco.
All right. Thanks very much. Well done. Are there questions for this candidate? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so I guess we'll go back to the order, and I'll call out see if who's here for the which particular organization. Access Advisory Committee. First up, that's great.
Okay. That low enough? Okay, my name's Elizabeth Sorgman, and I am here to ask you to help me be appointed to the Access Advisory Group. I've applied a couple of times, have not been selected, but I think I am an excellent candidate. I've got a lot of experience and a lot of qualifications. I am a licensed architect. I also have a certification for CASP, which is the California Access Specialist Program, so I'm certified in that. I also worked for the city, plan checking the building department for about 17 years, and was involved a lot with the city processes, including the DART and the PRTs, and worked with public works staff to understand what the requirements were regarding accessibility in the right-of-way. So I think I come with lots of qualifications regarding the form that you had and the questions that you wanted to know in terms of Title II requirements. But in addition, I am born and raised in Santa Barbara. I think I am third generation here in Santa Barbara. My parents came from Mexico. My mom was a supervisor for a business on Haley Street, and my dad was the owner of Fernando's Market on San Andres Street. So I have lots of family both on the west side and the east side, and so I'm involved in a lot of groups. I've been on the board of AYSO, gosh, probably 25 years. So I'm really involved with our community. And in addition, I am on the board of the ILRC, which is the Independent Living Resource Center. And so I have the honor of working with a lot of our disabled community members and get to hear some of the frustrations and some of their experiences when they navigate our city. And so I would like to be able to bring that voice to the Access Board and share that with Public Works staff and the other members. I know that we are an advisory group. We give advice to city staff, who then in turn comes to city council, and you ultimately make the decision. So I understand that, but I think I would be an excellent candidate, and I think that I bring a lot to the table. And so I hope that you will consider me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Sorgan? Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else for Access Advisory Committee? Architectural Board of Review, Arts Advisory Committee, Civil Service Commission, Community Development and Human Services Committee, Community Events and Festivals, Creeks Advisory Committee, Downtown Parking Committee, Harbor Commission, Historic Landmarks Commission, Housing Authority, Library Board, Neighborhood Advisory Council, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Rental Housing Mediation Board. I think I see somebody out there that might be up for that. Ms. Murillo.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council, and happy to see all the administrative staff here today. Thank you for considering me for appointment to the city's Rental Housing Mediation Board. I hope to contribute to its mission of supporting parties in a residential rental housing dispute. And the board does that by informing them on landlord and tenants' rights and responsibilities, providing mediation services to address the needs of all involved, and overall helping to prevent homelessness by settling rental housing disputes out of court using dispute resolution services. When I served on the city council, I was the liaison to this board, or the alternate, I think for the entire 10 years that I was here. So I understand and appreciate the much-needed community service provided. As volunteer mediators, we would participate in a fair and open process, seeking resolution in a friendly and positive manner. I look forward to mediation training and learning the principles of mediation and supporting Program Director Andrea Buffano and her excellent staff in their work. So no matter the details of the dispute, the mediation must support respectful and beneficial relationships among all the parties, and that includes the property owners, the property managers, the tenants, the housemates, neighbors, and the entire community. I offer the ability to listen and empathize with people in times of stress and to help them find resolution in challenging situations. I bring experience in local government and community service and knowledge of legal systems. I'd be honored to serve as a volunteer member of the city's Rental Housing Mediation Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Murillo? Ms. Nedden?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I don't have a question, but I just want to say it's so wonderful to see you, and thank you for stepping up to apply for the position.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a little thrilling and strange to be here, but I'm glad to pay my respects and offer myself as a volunteer. So thank you for that remark.
Great
I
to
appreciate
see
it.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Thanks. Have a great evening.
Anybody else for Rental Housing Mediation Task Force? Santa Barbara Youth Council.
The Youth Council plays a vital role in representing the youth of Santa Barbara. It has served as a voice of teens by engaging in youth forums, publications, and planning activities.
Can you give us your name first, please?
Eloise, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Eloise Lowther. Furthermore, the council has contributed significantly to shaping city policies and development of facilities and activities for teens within the community. As an aspiring member of the Youth Council, I'm well aware of its general functions, which include representing community youth, identifying their concerns and needs, promoting youth interest in community affairs, and gathering input through civic engagement activities. I am passionate about empowering and uplifting our city's youth. The Youth Council's legacy of advocating teens and serving as a bridge between young people and city authorities strongly resonates with me. I believe that youth voices must be heard and actively included in policy development, and I want to be a part of this process. My dedication to this cause and my commitment to the Youth Council's goals drives me to my desire to serve. I've just begun my term with the Youth Advisory Board for the 2023 to 2024 term. While I'm relatively new to this role, I'm enthusiastic and motivated to learn and grow. My participation on the board has already started equipping me with crucial insights into mental health issues and necessary skills for effective advocacy. I'm eager to engage in planning, facilitating, and public speaking, and I'm committed to enhancing my community's communication skills, program planning abilities, and group decision-making skills. My fresh perspective and enthusiasm, combined with the experience I'll gain through this role, will contribute to my success in serving on the Youth Advisory Board. And that is my presentation.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there questions for this candidate, please? Thank you very much. Anyone else for Santa Barbara Youth Council?
Hi, my name is Parikh Mehra. I'm a citizen of Goleta, and the Santa Barbara Youth Council offers an opportunity for youth to engage in community activities in where they can represent their community and the youth and their issues and concerns. And this to me was something that I was passionate about because I want to represent my peers. I want to help them represent their concerns to not only just our schools, but also to the city. I want them to help contribute to the changing society that we are today. And this is why Santa Barbara Youth Council interested me. I understand that Santa Barbara Youth Council represents youth and their concerns through meetings. They suggest recommendations and policies regarding the youth. They also engage in many community activities that encourage youth engagement and youth community involvement, as well as community involvement and community outreach in a way such that the community can reach out to us and and they can represent their concerns. And this was I very much was interested in this, as I'm very passionate about representing my people, representing my community, and expressing their concerns. And yeah, I have been I'm a senator for my classes, and I have a very good experience with not only showcasing my class to other people, but also representing my classes to other people and representing our class's concerns, and what we can do to assure these issues. Sorry. I also am a co-founder of a club that I'm currently a part of that is off campus. I help the team get together, and we have been working towards our goals, and yeah. And I think an interesting thing is I want to increase youth involvement in our community, and so this is something I want to do in youth council, is I want to increase the opportunities of youth teenagers like me who are passionate about making a change, or passionate about making something out of the community that's for the betterment, and therefore I want to give them the opportunity that they have to make such changes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions for this candidate? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for replying.
Thank you so much.
I am not seeing other candidates out in the audience right now.
Mayor Rouse, you went through that pretty lightning fast. You might want to consider
Taking a
5 or 10 minutes.
10-minute
give
pause
people
here,
to
and
come. Yeah.
we'll do that. We'll reconvene at 6:20. we are adjourned. Thank you.